test. Cool. Oh, right, it's not here. Never mind. I want to do rendering today. I'll probably start with something simple, some copy pasting. Okay, yeah, the more I look at it, the more it looks like a photo. Getting scratched up. Oh, it's some kind of render. This is so precise over here and so consistent. This might be a good reference for... I think I would probably... Oh, dang it, where is it? I think we can render this one. The bigger problem with this one, the biggest problem with this one is I don't know what the lighting is. Is it coming from the bottom or coming from the top? Bottom lighting might be more consistent with the background, but it would look a little bit weird on the face, as always. More spooky. Top lighting should be fine, I think, as long as the values are more grouped. Hello, George. Thank you, George. It's more of just a what to do with rendering situation, because... Oh, we could kind of YOLO. I don't really know how I want to approach it. I suppose YOLO is fine too. I just don't really like to... hello? Goon? Hello? What? Hello? I just don't really like to work with the mess that is a sketch. Like this level of mess. I want to clean it up, but if I clean it up, it all of a sudden feels like we're investing too much time in something that we probably shouldn't. Although there is no such rule. Oh, I see. I forgot about this tag. I should have just done the favorites. This lowers the amount of noise that I have to sort through. I think I tagged this wrong. I don't think I like this for rendering. It's mostly a color and special effects thing. Well, special effect is rendering by my classification, so I guess it's not wrong. Oh. Yeah, why don't I clean up the sketch and then we'll block out the colors. And then put in some random colors, try to set up some lighting from top or bottom, doesn't matter. You can just give it a try quickly with a multiply layer or screen layer, and then we'll try to render from there. And we'll see where we end up, I think. I need more exposure to render, but like it never feels like it's worth the effort. So it makes it really hard to commit into anything. I think that means I don't need any references right now. Since we are aligning, I'm going to get a little bit more comfortable with lines first real quick. Yeah, let's just use this one. Whatever that we have here. I think that's fine. Shift this up? No, let's not shift this up. Single setup. 1, 2, 3. Okay, up. So this. Oh, it's together. Okay, never mind that. I have that on standby. Everything good? Everything looks fine. Oh, the head's over here. Oh, hello, Dubai. Thank you, Dubai. Target. Right. Let's go. Sorry, you have planned. It's a food. Okay. Looks like roots. Anyways, what? What am I looking at? This looks kind of scary. I can't see my own likes on Twitter. Did Elon hide the likes again? Maybe? What in the world? What is happening? Holy shit. Not on mobile. Right. Dang, it is kind of scary. Artist is kind of scary. Okay, it wasn't hallucinating. That is true. It is your own likes too. I wonder, is something so core to the entire experience as well that there should be no reason for them to screw around with it? Hello, the virus. $6 million. Oh, dang, dude. Look at that. Huh. Oh yes, thank you, Debate. Interesting, I suppose. Like all the colors are flat, right? But like it's able to. Well, yeah. I guess if the lighting is not that strong, I guess the requirements are not that high. But under strong lighting like this, like then you have to have something, otherwise it will look weird. Oh, this is a. It's not very. Wait, no, but it's tied to the bottom of the head, I see. It is still kind of long for me, though. I feel like this is still really long. But I guess, like... yeah, this looks really long to me. So I would probably cut here for the side view. Hold on to this. Anyways, thanks to Vic. Yeah, more of a round head. I feel like that's the case, right? Like, I don't know. I feel something inherently is like, yeah, how do I say this? It just gives me the wrong vibes. Not necessarily because it's wrong, but because I'm not familiar with it. And having done VR chat and VR, I feel like that would mean that most of the heads and avatars I've seen in game are more round rather than long like this. But I also cannot back it up because it's been so long. I could have just misremembered, but I mean, if you just look at this one here, I mean, yeah, I don't know. I feel like what I'm seeing here doesn't really correspond to what I'm seeing here. This gives me a much wider vibe than this it does. But maybe that's fine. Anyways, it's not that important anyways. Well, for the most part, live 2D. In 2D, it doesn't really matter that much, I guess. Yeah, anyways. Thanks, bye. I just wanna, today we're doing some rendering, hopefully. I would like to do some rendering. I want to render this. The requirements are not that strict, but I do want to get the clean set of lines out first. And to that end, I would like to just get a little bit more warmed up with my wrists and potato hands. But get a little bit more warmed up before I get started with the final set of lines or something. Doesn't have to be very tight here. I'm just trying to remember how to use our hands here. Anyways, drawing junk right now. The whole shape, we don't whole anatomy. Target shapes, not anatomy. Okay. I don't really care about that too much. Anyways, I'm just looking at the reference here. What reference? No, I'm looking at this one here. I think this one is one of those pieces where it's, I don't really know what to say about it, but it looks very complicated. It looks very insane with all the colors and all the shapes and all this and that. It's kind of hard to break down at a glance, and it requires a lot of effort because you have colors in areas that you're not really expecting them. And so yeah, like my brain doesn't process this at all. Like it's not parsing this at all. But then when I went down to the knees and the legs, and I saw this kind of shape over here, right? And this shape is a lot less controlled compared to everything else. This, I'm talking about the shadow shape here, this purple kind of ish color, this gray. And all of a sudden, it felt really comforting. And in the sense that, like, it's nice to know that this is just like, you know, like I can feel, I don't know how to say this, but I can feel like the brushstroke moving through this, like at the bottom of the cap. Maybe it's because I've done something similar before, many times, I suppose. Whereas I've never done this before. So it's kind of interesting in that if I want to present Ria as like a comfort, there with the theme of comfort and stability and stuff like that, then we should always make sure that there's some part of her rendering where you can still see the brushstroke. It wouldn't be a very center, like a very core thing of the entire experience, because I think the rougher you get, the less controlled it feels, right? So it's better to use that for like the chaoticness, the chaos of the environments and stuff like that, if you want to contrast between themes specifically. But to be able to still have some of the roughness is almost like saying that, you know, you remember where your roots are, and also there is that separate element of comfort. So it is something that I definitely want to make a note of that right now. I just don't know how the exact balance and stuff like that. But I feel like down the line, like maybe like a decade down the line, it would be interesting to see what that's like, how that manifests, how this idea still, if it still manifests, that is, but how it would have manifested. And it might be something interesting to talk about very far down the line, because it would be something that likely only you guys will be able to spot properly, right? Because like if you don't really talk about stuff like this, you look at this, for example, and you'll be like, yeah, you know what, it's just a moment of being lazy or something. Sorry, not to call the artist lazy, but relatively speaking, right? It's a moment of just, oh my god, my tablet's going absolutely batshit insane right now. Is it good? Oh, fuck. But like for you guys who are here, right, since like, I don't know, like some very early stream, you would have seen the sort of evolution and decision making behind some of the rendering stuff. So yeah, it's just more background that other people might not notice, and then you guys might, if you guys notice stuff like this in my art in the future. Dang, it's so weird to say my art. What a weird thing to say. Alright, hang on a second. How thick are the lines going to be here though? I need to look at the one that I did for this. Can I pull this in, please? Further down. I think as cool as I like all the thin lines and all that, I feel like not having thick enough lines kind of sucks in many ways, I feel like. Yeah, this is the counter argument to drawing lines now, because now I don't really know the final balance is gonna be like. If I do colors now, let me think about this. Maybe I could still do colors now. I mean, what happened here? Oh, I see what happened here. I did the zoom and then I kind of broke it. That's fine. I just have to find the same brush somewhere in here, I'm sure. Put it up. Oh, wrong direction. I forgot this has a direction problem to this brush. Why does it look still... It looks not aligned, right? What? What? How? What? How does it not align within the thing? Okay. Yeah, okay, that's just how it is, huh? Alright then. The background being black, I think that makes sense. That's my color. Oh, it's just negative space. Oh, okay, that's awkward. Oh, yeah, that's very awkward. That means the color technically goes underneath. What in the... What are those white specks? Telling me this guy has some additional white specks just sitting there? What? Okay, I did something really weird here then. I guess I have to redo that. Fine, I suppose. That'll make it better actually. Okay. So awkward. Right, so I am... Let's just keep that. I don't want to touch that. What? Oh. Disable that. Oh, right, because of that. That's so stupid. Actually, why does this matter? Let's just delete the thing. Okay, I'll deal with that later then. Doesn't matter right now. Oh, you cool? Oh, no, because I'm showing. Okay, stop being stupid. Right, and that was that matter. Okay, fine. Maybe this is a little bit early, premature. We're just kind of setting up a rough setup though. Let me just not get too caught up in it. I'm gonna do it, just not too particular about this. A bit smaller there. Right, and then this part here, we can do the colors separately this way. Here, like this. And I can choose to follow the thing or I choose not to follow the thing, that's fine. Either way, soft light. Let's do L. So let's do hard light with a lower opacity. Why is it so faded actually? No, I did that, right. I already have an existing copy, so I think that's fine. And let's pull this down so I can see what's happening. Then we can do soft light. Then we can do this. Lasso is hard to control. I'm gonna do this instead. Original is kind of rough too. The color setup. What goes over what? Clothing goes over skin, so clothing defines the edges. Oh, I was wondering why it hit so weirdly. That's why I was able to draw curves. It's not the usual brush. This is fine too. What am I looking at? So far. So. So this execution is really slightly different from before. Because the one with the wolf in the bed is how do I say this? A lot messier. You just kind of go in and you just put colors down already. With markers and setting up all that. And now we're actually finding shapes. So we're not finding shapes with the lines, we're finding shapes with the shapes. Sorry, edges. I wonder if there's any difference or any benefit specifically to this method. Specific to this method here. So we're delaying the cost of drawing lines. And waiting till it becomes more relevant, I guess, with the colors. And it still has the noise of the rough, which I find sometimes can be kind of helpful. Because let's say the lines have like some kind of interesting color variation. On soft light or hard light, they will do something with the base color, and then that gives you some more extra variations. And a lot of these times the lines themselves represent some kind of fold anyways. So you can then paint in like the same direction and so on and so forth. Rather than having to rather than having to find those edges again. If you did like a clean set of lines. Because presumably, I don't think I want lines representing any folds, for example, in the final version. So I have to remove them in the clean line art. Which if I do too early, means lost time to redoing the same work, I suppose. I still don't have the shoes yet. Right, so for areas where it's not very clear, I can also delay that. I just tried clicking on this picture thinking it was a video, because the original was a video. But it didn't move. What a surprise. Let's see here. Let's just use the same layer, I think. Seems a little high. Feels a little high, but I do believe they're... That's alright. I'll just do whatever we want. Not worry about what we're supposed to do here. Right now it might look like we're at like siphoning. We're like sort of, we have this window here where the values and colors might be different, and that might cause some contrast, and that might cause like your focal to not be what you want, perhaps to be different than what you than what we previously imagined. But in the I think context of this piece here, it doesn't matter too much, since the entire area here, clothing, skin, and everything, is going to be a lot higher in value compared to the background. So I don't expect this to be too big of a problem. Could be wrong though. Right. Also, where's my did I draw that? I'm gonna have to put in the ribbon somehow, somewhere. Probably like over here or something. Let's do skin next. It's so strong. Right, all the hands and stuff are not that refined either. Hopefully this gives us enough time and space to figure this out as we render this. Not gonna be easy though. Always easier in the line art phase than the render. Tableau, stop. I literally can't paint. It's flashing black and white, like black every 5 seconds right now. It's kind of insane though. It does this because the connector is kind of screwed up, right? Like sometimes I left some weights, or like the wire isn't completely straight and this and that, so it's constantly being bent for a little bit of time, you know, like from today after stream, let's say for example, till next day till I stream again. So the connection is kind of wonky, but sometimes it recovers, right? And then we go for months without having this issue. And right now it's stopped. I don't know what. Oh, never mind, it's back. The fact that it can recover for and then stay that way for like a really long period of time is kind of crazy. Because it feels like it's completely broken. But no, it's just like on a break or something. Also, yeah, in this angle, you probably have probably see her like human ear if I ever draw those, but I don't draw those. That being said, I still want to avoid showing this part of the head so it doesn't look too weird. Because as humans, we will find it really weird, I think, to not see it. I'm just gonna try and avoid this situation. And then the hair. So the hair is tricky, because the hair I need to follow this set of curves first. So I'm gonna invert this. Put it in, and then we figure out where to go from here. Any correct. Shoes are not meant to be that length. And then I can refine the shapes and this and that. And then the shoes. And then that's pretty much it, I think. Grab this. Yes, sir. Oh, we have this. Overall color, let's lower to gray brown with this. Skin will be on top, that's fine. I'll refine with this. Alright, let's see. Do this. Oh shit. What is happening? What's all this shit? Oh, because the thing isn't very solid. Wait, no, I don't want this. Alright, let me restart my tablet real quick. Let me reconnect my tablet real quick. It's kind of annoying now. Alright, let's see. Oh, let me blow on it. But good luck, mostly. The connectors are so deep inside that it doesn't even matter. I don't think. Probably just blowing dust deeper in. Alright. Ooh. Alright. It probably isn't gonna change too much if I'm being honest. Like, it's not that easy of a problem to fix. That's for sure. Now one day I can play MapleStory again in a more relaxing way. Like, how do I say this? Like, games I play a little bit now and then. But it always feels like I'm wasting time. Hopefully one day I can go back to just playing and enjoying it. If we get better art, I think maybe we can, maybe the day will come. Mayhaps. Do I want to refine the edges that much? Probably not, right? Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter right now. We go in and figure out the edges at the end. It's just a general shape and vibes. Yes, yes, yes. I think that makes sense. Just kind of annoying seeing this the way it is. It's just like a mess. No, wait a second. I don't need anything here. Eat. The urge to want to clean this up, man. Holy shit, what is this shape, bro? Like, round shape doesn't really make too much sense, but at least it's kind of cute. But this is like just a weird artifact of the previous block-in. Same for these ears as well. Actually, kind of want to push it back if I can. Contrast will be a bit too much. Let's just leave it. Yeah, that's so annoying. Oh my god, that's the bit of shape. What is this? Let's clean this up slightly. Like, what is this round thing here? What is that supposed to be? No, I don't think that's supposed to be there. Let's just up there. I can do a little bit of noise here. Well, let's keep it clean for now. It's a bit easier to control. Oh, it's visible. Symmetry. That's so desirable, no? Yeah, it's too even. I see the brick. Balance now. Anyways, I'm sure the paint over at the end will help create more variations. This should do for now, I would say. Even like all the fur and stuff around the ears. Just put some so I don't forget. then the hair over here. Kind of loop backwards. Oh, I remember what the line was. Can I take over right now? That's a square. I need a flatter. Calligraphy, right? If constant width. Okay, I get. Complicated. Maybe I just leave it like this for now. That's kind of weird, like this, a big blob, but I also can't really see it right now. Probably better when more colors go in. And now I have to find the edges of the face here. Yeah, definitely more when more colors go in. It's kind of hard to see. Because ideally there will be more interactions here and more gaps for like the face to come through. Skin color to come through. It's hard to imagine, right? So this is it then for now. We just need to add more colors now. Just need to add more colors. Wow. 見えない。見える。Let's use blue for now. まだ見えないんだけど。もう見えないんだけど。I don't have school shoes here, do I? I need the reference for the side profile here. So, Japanese school shoes. Let's see. More feet rather than shoe. In that case, I need feet first. Okay, this is the right size. Well, 1 to the forearms. Now I just need to put shoes over this. Let's see. Perspective wise, I think it should be pointing. Okay. If we want to do perspective, it kind of gets a little bit weird. But I'm going to do side profile first, and then we can do perspective afterwards. I think, if I still want to do it. Perspective, it should go this way then. Thereabouts, I mean, it's kind of whatever. Ooh, enough. Target. thereabouts, I think. And then now we scale. We get all the colors in the right zone. And then we see what happens. Since we did kind of spend some time on the contour of the lines, I think I'm just gonna clamp down on the sketch here. So we can keep some of that noise potential for different color variations from the lines, but not be too noisy here. And then shoes, I'm going to, let's just drop down to, I don't know, what am I doing? Right, okay, I need to take a step back here. So the original works because everything is kind of just, I don't know, some kind of gray. It's very faded. They also got that blue and yellow thing going on. I don't want to follow the same. I think taking the values is enough. I don't want to do the extra colors in the background either. I just want to, what do I want to do? I want to, if possible, clamp down the darkness stuff. Like clip the darkness to something a little bit higher. Yeah, like these green stuff here. Okay, I think before we go forwards, I need to delete the background's white color first. So number 13 here. Thirteen is the magic number. Okay. I didn't put the ribbon. I gotta figure it out later. What color though for this? She's already like that. Well, one contrast and no contrast. Could be saturated but just really bright, right? I think that's kind of the vibe, like really high values, but not necessarily low saturation. So we're pushing onto this edge here, perhaps. Nope, definitely not you, because the color will be different inherently. The most we can do is that, but I kind of like it a little bit more faded. Or do I? I don't know. But it becomes very detached, right? Like the original works because, like, despite the high contrast, there is that shared yellow and blue that kind of goes across both the background and the character. If we do it like right now, that's like no relationship. And it inherently comes from the height. What do for colors? Oh man. Perhaps it has to be more similar. What? Oh. I feel like inherently has to be some kind of a binary here like this. It is, it is the Victoria? No, not Victoria. Golden Beach? Wait, hang on. It is Golden Beach, right? Maple Story. Maple Story's gameplay is very... it used to be you have one character, you bring it to really high level, and then, you know, that's that, right? But as the creep went on and on and on, if you want to be really strong nowadays, you have to train like over... I think it's like over 40 characters to level 200. So that's a lot of grinding. That's a lot of grinding. Granted, like 0 to 200 is not that long anymore. You can do it within a couple of hours with the right setup. And you have to know what to do, where to go and all that. This place is like one of those places that you definitely go. Okay, yeah, this is too strong. I don't know why I want here. Again, it's always... Of course, steel drums. Oh, pocket piece. So my problem is this. I don't know what to do right now with the colors, right? I don't want to copy exactly the original, but if we do full colors, I think it wouldn't go very well against the black and white here. Let me just bring these back real quick. Because there's no consistent, like there's no relationship between the front and back. So I think, let's say, let's keep this at a lower gray. And then maybe over everything, I can have a overlay or something. Maybe not overlay then. I don't know what I can use here. Maybe not this. Oh. Yeah, maybe that transitional color, that yellow and blue in this case, is like a lot more vital than I thought it was. Let me extract this. What did I say about the process again? I said that we shouldn't focus too much on technical in a vacuum because it's not that important. Like it's not the thing that's gating us. It's about finding something that we want to draw. And short of finding it, we should just copy something. I think that's what I said. Something along those lines. I think that's it. We could just copy the same setup. I guess we just swap the yellow and the blue for something else, I suppose. That is also an option. But trying to find something different is also fine, I think. Because otherwise we won't be able to learn anything if we always just strictly copy. Not as much. I think we will always learn something though. Soft light seems kind of okay. It's able to sort of bring it closer together. Maybe if there were more color, for example. This might be a little bit more interesting that way. I still don't know how I feel about this, so it doesn't look very nice. Maybe these guys are a little bit too strong. And just lower the gray maybe a little bit, like this. But then that kind of ruins the whole thing, doesn't it? Right, I have to ease into this. So I want the high contrast. That's what this is. So there's a limit to how much I can raise the, lower the white values here. I have to have that contrast. And I have to have her be blended into the whole thing. Actually, we can go even darker soon. Slightly darker. Actually, no, I need this to be on the other screen here. Maybe it's more of something like this, where we kind of try and ease the character so the bottom is a lot brighter, and then the top maybe is a bit darker. This looks a lot better than the one before, because this was too flat. Escort is, I like flat as well. But with this white setup here, this contrast setup here, it doesn't really work that well. Because the feeling between this and the black, darker color, and this and the white color is very different. Without any easing, it feels a little bit weird. But otherwise, in a vacuum like this would have been fine too, I say. I definitely cannot raise this too much. Max that out doesn't really help. What? Oh, this is already trying to ease it. Something like this then? Then where is the light coming from? Then does that mean I have to render light from bottom? Right, this is the overall sequence. Okay. Oh my god. Into the neutral. Okay, yeah, so should it be... Is the original pure black on the back? It is. Naruhodo ne? This is pure black now, right? No, it's not yet. What is this lighting, dude? What is happening with the lighting? Yeah, wouldn't it mean that I have to? No, just normal, right? Normal's fine. And then we push this. 고유 뭔가? Oh, I should probably do solid colors here and less potential issues. Oh, hello, Abajangus. Here or no? It is. Yeah, that's fine. Easy. What am I doing? I do not know. What now, bro? Without the... this is such a strong light, if that's the case. Without this, it feels really weird. The original doesn't make sense. I don't know what the lighting is doing. Is it bottom or top? Yes, thank you very much. I don't know who that is. Yes, just a casual 641.3 thousand follower. Oh! Oh, it's the person that did the Rossi piece. Ah, I see. Very cool, very cool. Now all of a sudden it's high contrast. I mean, it's high contrast, high impact, high. Very cool. It's not quite what I wanted from before, but this kind of looks fine. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about it. Alright. Different entirely, different set of tuning. Let's not touch that. If I do want this, then let's do it separately. It could be over here. Right, this is partial, only on the... Kinda, is it only on this? Also the base would have been maybe too bright.どこ？これか。 I picked the wrong color. Image, normalize height. Right. And right. Right, the bottom one would be too boring because there's no other color. So just trying to get a feel for what direction I want to head in. Like, we're still lacking quite a lot of colors. This really doesn't compare to like the original at all. It's just mostly a so this one definitely feels like it's a little bit too muted. So if we just think about the mode, like the biggest, how do I say, the grouping of the values and colors, perhaps. The way that this is going to be grouped, right? So we're going to have variations within each block, but for the most part, if the idea is to keep it around this region, it will be a little bit kind of boring, perhaps. The high contrast of the original was what caught me, so we should definitely at least try and go for something like this. Alright, and then maybe add more colors there. And then the other way would be just to ignore the original. Ignore trying to grab entire block of like light like that. And just do it this way, but of course, once we do it this way, yeah, not having that giant silhouette is kind of wasteful almost, it feels like, because that's kind of the point. Also, lighting from the bottom is not really a big fan, right? Because the face is gonna not look so good. Right now, I just didn't put in the shadows. I suppose I should have done it. Just to see what it feels like. Not to that extent, I don't think. But it's definitely gonna be here. Where is it actually? Just here? Clothing and everything. Yeah, this part here will not catch so much light. That would be a little bit brighter, perhaps. Oh, or we just abandon the original and then just take the pose and just draw something else. Just color it without this background here. It's an option, but like, oh, I'm just gonna do a color study of this and then we just replicate this. I think that's maybe also fine. But I don't get the lighting of this though. Like, what is this white area here? It's like light from the top, but then it's not getting blocked by the hat. But it's also not light from the underneath of the hat because it's not. Or is it? Too much logic in the vibe-based thing, maybe. What to do. I'm just gonna let this sit for a bit, perhaps. Actually, let me take a screenshot of this too. I think this is too strong. Nothing else is really required here, is there? Inverting black and white would not make any sense, so I'm just gonna avoid doing that at all. Yeah, this is way too familiar. Like, looking at this, it feels like that would be best. I think at the very least we should try to do these guys here if I cannot make this work, or if I don't want to just copy this. I think I should do one of these. Right, it doesn't make the lighting correct, but it makes it basically impossible for me to like figure out how to do the same, because I don't understand the logic. So even if they don't do it like 100% correct, I have to find like some kind of a rule in there still. All the vibe-based checks are like strong enough. That is not a problem. You know what? What if I were to just do this? Oh yeah, of course. They definitely just follow what they like, right? But then, like, I can't copy it properly unless I have a rule for myself. Because what I like is not what they like. So I cannot use the same idea here. So in order to replicate it, I have to have a set of rules. Like the study videos that I did before, I didn't have to do it just because we're copying one for one. But because if we're adding our own colors and ideas in, it becomes a little bit harder to just copy 100%. I'm trying to figure out what's the best way to clean this up. I'm going to yeet these guys into a folder. Then I'm going to put this over here. Oh yeah, no, I can't see shit now. Great, congrats. Come from above. Make this data sequence. I'm gonna do the exact same colors and see where we end up. I'm gonna use that as the. That's fine. Let's ease into this. Alright. Pick two solid colors first. Okay. It's too high. Oh, that's alright. Alright-ish. Oh, yeah. Let's just do 20. Boogie even. I'll work with this. Very strong. Oh, always think. Right, it's surrounded by food. Yeah, yes, Abajungus. See you later. Where did he go? れかいい。Yes, thank you. Like the blue outline is interesting. It merges with the hat. We don't have that at the top. It kind of opens into emptiness. A larger variety, but we have to do it one step at a time. Maybe a different layer would be nice. It's only circles. It's not varied enough, but like I say, it's varied but lower contrast in the lower range of the particle sizes. This one has like quite a big range of sizes, especially this one is really big. So it's not the best. Unless, of course, I take this out. Even then, though. The final one be you. Doing anything? It's just too bright. Mine is way too bright. I see. Minor differences. Well, big differences. Ooh. Anyways, I don't really get the block of colors. Yeah, ours is too noisy. I need to merge more shape, I think. Regardless, though, I don't really feel this too much. Or just to use that. Rainy day. I don't know what to do with this. I'm not too committed into anything just yet. We definitely come back and visit this as a rendering practice. I'm gonna do a study of this now, just because Abojangles mentioned this artist, and I remember that I wanted to do it before. So why not? Mostly just want to figure out the balance, I think, between lines and the colors and the rendering out of that. I'll focus around the face. That being said, though, I get the feeling we're not getting this done today. No reason to not start, though. Oh. I thought YouTube stopped my music. That's a weird stop. Yeah, this is overextended. Let's just clean it up. Are we forcing? Let's force it then. Right, okay, I see. No, the full sequence. Pressure was fine. Square. Closer. Higher. Tilted. Not amount of custom is required. They're very fast. Oh. But it still works, huh? That's is a fast sync. Here then. Oh, okay, so off. Wait, what? Okay, let me redo this. Oh, this is the rough. This rough came out a lot cleaner, so I'm getting a little bit scared messing it up. But I'm just gonna mess it up here. Because we are gonna have to do one more line art here. It seems to be their kind of thing. Target is this way. This is really big. It is really big, isn't it? Or is it? How do I want to do this? Maybe Maybe I should do this by myself here. Even this is kind of huge, huh? It is, yeah. It's a typical. Also, hello, DTB. It's a typical problem where my tablet gets in the way of me typing on the keyboard, so I only have one hand, and I usually it's usually the left hand, because I use it to press Control Z when I draw. But yeah, so left hand typing, IME is kind of out of the way. E is not, but. What am I doing? This is meant to be a quick study thingy. Ears are spawning here. It looks so big though, the head. Like this is like 1/3 of the face is only like 1/3 of the entire oval. It's kind of insane. Sure, there's a hood and all, but like the ears kind of lock the top of the head, doesn't it? Hey, I can't just copy this. This is to readjust this real quick. Is mine 1/3 too? There's no way. It's one like a 2.5. Make it a little bit more round here. Ears. Oh wait, sorry, wrong target. Lock, and then this way. Oh, that means it should have been further front. Yeah, it should have been further front. I see. A bit. Eat. Gonna redo shaping here, just don't worry about underneath stuff. Well, I mean, don't need to go that far, I don't think. This main block. Yeah, I'm not gonna, I think this is it. I'm going to go color then. Primarily, it's just like I want to know how tight this part is around the face. So what do now? Let me take a quick look at what the other stuff they did. Not here. Emphasis of line first, right? We don't have to get exactly the same, I suppose. Right. So study means I'm supposed to get as close to the original as possible. But I think in my case, I'm just looking for a solution that is agreeable. It doesn't have to be exactly the same. If you can find something, even with our current messy set of lines, for example, with the rendering and all that, then it would have been fine. Oh, I didn't put in the jagged edges. Let me put that in real quick. Hello, Pro Kicks. Welcome. Thereabouts. Don't have to be very tight here. Don't have to be exactly the same here. Block. Here. It's not balanced, sir. Not balanced indeed. What do I want to do? Bump this? Yeah, sure. I'll bump it here. Doesn't matter. I lock it to this region here. Ears are also not very balanced. Target is high. I don't want to go that high, right? Well, right. Okay, let me see. What is the objective of this again? I think I just wanted to get something that is similar in effect. Hello, Anix Sketch. I want to get something similar to this effect, but I don't want to spend all my time trying to figure out how clean the lines are and this and that. I think I'll try to maintain the line width, but the cleanliness of the lines and the smoothness of the lines, I'm just going to leave it to autopilot. And then we figure out the rendering, binary setup, some gradients perhaps, and then just some Terminator adjustments. Let's see. Eyes would be right. The eyes are right. It's not blocked in like it would usually. Actually, the eyes feel like it might be. The lines are drawn afterwards almost. Averaging the sketch. Right, I think, okay, so maybe the lines are, there's two types perhaps. I think there's one from the original sketch that is a little bit more toned down. These ones here. And then after the color goes in, after some rendering, then there's some maybe redrawing of some of the lines, which are these darker red ones. And you can see like the black lines on the eyes as well. That feels like it's done afterwards. After the colors go in. But regardless, oh, I see my eyes is not balanced. Eyes are not balanced. Right, the tip of the curve is slightly off, but it's fine. Alright, what do I want to do? Let's just autopilot lines while trying to maintain the relationship, and then I'll just paint afterwards. My rough is too rough, right? And the emphasis can always come again after, right? We can have a clean set of lines, lower the value of that, have it be blended into the shapes and colors and rendering a little bit more, and then come in yet again with another set of lines. If we want to. These are really jagged for some reason. Because none of the other edges seem to suggest the lines have any anti-aliasing turned off, or like this artifacting here is interesting. And it's not because they copy and pasted anything. That's probably not that important. Right, sequence lines, please. Okay, let's lower impact, right? So we're trying to keep, we don't have to. Let's do 8 then. And it's not behaving here. I'll do my own thing, and then we'll see how it ends up, I think. I think mentally it's easy to get stuck in the sense of like, I feel like the lines go in, they have to be the final set of lines, but it doesn't have to be the final set of lines. Like if we just lower the opacity, opacity, lower value, or bring in some of the local colors, and then all of a sudden you don't have the lines anywhere, and just redraw it in. How rough can I accept this though? The final effect is pretty clean. Not 100%, but still very clean. Since I don't know, I'm just gonna do whatever. We're gonna learn one way or another. What is that? What's the treatment here actually? Does that end? I think it does end. Let's see. Oh no, but that is part of the render, perhaps? Oh, who cares? I do care, but maybe it is kind of awkward, huh? Yeah, this would have been sequence anyways, right? It's fine. We do whatever you do, I think. Oh, are the outer lines a little bit thicker? They're not. There's no real... So it doesn't look like they're changing the line... Sorry, the brush size. If there's any emphasis, it's because they went back and forth like that. Yeah, without the... Like, without any strong outlines or like really wide lines for the line art, everything's a bit more cohesive, I think, which is the vibe that I'm getting from this. Things tend to go together a little bit more smoothly. So keep the same width then. I'm not gonna do that. I don't know what's happening outside. Ignore it. The eye treatment is also kind of interesting. Yeah, I think the current set of lines definitely are going to have to be merged in to the render and then redone again on top. The screen is black. Okay, let's see. It's a single line. Paper off. Paper. Ignore that. Is there more lines in there? Is that rendering a line? It'd be more natural to do now. Artist likes bigger shapes over smaller shapes, so anything that's really thin is likely just the original sketch lines. There, I guess. So I don't have to enforce 100% similarity here. Lines tend not to close properly. It's so much easier to draw parallel lines over one that is tapered correctly and closes. Oh my god. Straighter than I thought. That's fine. Go back to 8. Contour first. I guess in a way. Uh, this doesn't, but this one kind of does. It's probably drawn over, right? Huh. I think today I'll probably just end up only doing the lines, and I'll come in tomorrow and finish off the render. Hello, show. This is more of a study than anything else, because the stuff that I wanted to do today, I couldn't decide on what colors I want. And since Everjungus brought this up, Wizard brought this up, I was reminded of the fact that I wanted to study them. This is kind of awkward, I think, the way I'm doing lines. It's not fully committing to what I usually like to do. But I was also not doing what they are doing in the study, so we're kind of halfway, like half-assed in between somewhere that is not necessarily very good, but I'm just gonna do it and leave it. Not worry too much about it. I would like to do the way I usually do, but the way I usually do has like much thicker lines. So the tolerance for errors and mistakes is a lot higher. And as a result, you can go really fast. This one is Neko Kujira, the designer for Raora. Dang, all these names are so hard to say. Raora. Nekojira got auto-translated into something's wrong. Holy shit, YouTube. On my screen, it said your message is, oh, something's wrong. What's wrong? Anyways, don't worry about it. YouTube's trying to gaslight me into doing something. I don't know what. Oh man, yeah. Once the lines get thin, man, like I can't flow the lines as well because like I have to. Otherwise, it doesn't line up. Like the gaps between all these different things would be way too big. You have to take time to join things up, and that takes a lot of time. It makes things feel very tedious and unfun. Art is very unfun indeed. That line, things might come out a little bit wonky though. I'm going. You mean for variations? I'm not 100% sure what you mean by variations. Usually, if I'm drawing the lines again, it's just because I want a cleaner version of it, not because I want to change it. Because as Duvet pointed out, like over maybe 100 something streams ago, there was one time where well, there were many times where when I was doing line art, I find it really hard to draw, right? But Duvet pointed out that it's because I was trying to do two things at once. You're trying to find shapes and you're trying to get clean lines, smooth, clean lines and line weight variations and all that. So those operations should be separated. The whole point of the rough is you find the shapes already. And then when you're doing the lines, all you care about is just the... Oh, is that what you mean maybe for variations? All you care about is just the line weight and the smoothness and all that. Oh, right. Okay, yeah. Then that makes sense. But still, again, I think I'm not really looking for it per se. Like line variations for me kind of happen during the rough stage already. As you can see, like the roughs themselves would have thick and thin areas. Although of course this is a lot less controlled. This is mostly just whatever that happens to happen. And I haven't done like a clean set line art in a while. I think in the past I would try to be more in control with the line weights and stuff like that. Oh, make sure that the outline might be thicker. The underside of objects might be thicker, that kind of stuff. In this case today, I kind of opted not to care because the original artist didn't have like that much variation in the lines. That's why this study is kind of like a mess. Like I try to have some things that are similar, but other things are not. So, anyways, but the objective of the study is just to sort of get something that is clean-ish and feels similar-ish, and then that's good enough for me. We're not necessarily trying to replicate 100% the style or the rendering of the colors or anything in particular. Just like the vibe of it. Oh my god, I can't draw this curve. I don't know, man. Like, I still don't know what the good way of doing this is. I feel like it would make more sense to, as I mentioned yesterday, make more sense to have an idea that I want to draw, and then like if we try to draw it, we can't draw it, like technical skill gap, then we fill that skill gap rather than study things just for the technicals. But then the more technical skill you have, the easier it is to then express ideas and the less you get stuck. And studies are so much easier, right? You don't have to ideate too much. You don't have to worry about comms and stuff. Right now, this is going to be the final set of line art for us, for this study. And what I'm hoping to do is that, like, so the sketching phase has been pretty tied down, I think. The sketch, like, so the faded stuff, by the way. This faded stuff is the rough sketch into the quote-unquote cleaner sketch, right? But what I'm hoping to achieve is that this cleaner sketch itself is already clean enough to go into render, so I don't have to do another layer of line art. So this exercise in like sort of this study here, I'm hoping to see what it's like, right? So how do I say this, right? It's easy to think, like I'm looking at this piece of art, I can clearly see the artist drawing lines in this specific way, how clean it is, how smooth it is, how thick it is, and then so on and so forth. And this is the final effect. But this is not enough for me, I realize. Like just looking at this and getting a feel for it doesn't really tell me what it feels like when I draw it, right? So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to fill up this gap where when I'm drawing, with a specific line, with a specific brush, with a specific brush size and variation and like brush setting, there is a specific feeling associated with this process. Whether if I'm feeling uneasy or whether if I'm very clear about what I'm doing, there's a very specific feeling. I'm trying to tie that feeling into a final outcome. So when eventually, let's say I do a line art like this, I do a sketch like this. Sorry, I mean the faded one again. I mean like the really rough sketch behind the scenes here. When I go into this next level here, I have this feeling to go off of to know that, hey, if I want the outcome to be something like this reference, for example, this is how it should feel like when I'm doing the lines. This is how tight it should be. This is how I should be pulling the lines and so on and so forth. I'm trying to fill up the gap. Once I have that information in my head, it becomes a lot easier to be consistent, to do anything at all, really. Like, it's mostly... There's just a lot of self-doubt if I don't have that feeling. Like, for example, you see this nonsense here. This happens a lot, right? So do I clean it up or do I not clean this up? I need to know what this final effect is like after render goes in. And if the final effect is fine, or if there's a way to work around this later, then I don't have to care about it now. But otherwise, I need to care about it now and redraw that line. That's kind of the idea here, I guess. I'm not 100% sure either, because a lot of these I'm going off by feel. But then thinking about it logically, I think that's kind of the gap that I'm trying to fill here. Where is that? Like, what feeling equals to what outcome? Yeah, like, it's... I don't know, man. Like, it's such a huge... I feel like everything that I do is kind of like a mess, right? It's never really purely this or purely that. And maybe that's just how life is. But it really sucks, because in my head, I really like, you know, as much as I understand life is not about black and white, not about ones and zeros, but I would really like things to be ones and zeros. You know, having a correct answer. I like math and science so much just because once you get the correct answer, no one can tell you it's wrong, right? It's just correct. Right? Whether if it's the universal truth, whether if it's the actual truth in reality, that's besides the point. The point is that there is a universally accepted correct answer. And I can be 100% sure knowing that I'm going to get the results I'm going to get because I have this answer. For R, you don't have the guarantee. That's why it's so hard to for me to do anything. It goes against everything that I not necessarily stand for per se, but like just, you know, kind of like stand for. If this is like Avatar The Last Airbender, this is like fire versus water and earth versus air kind of vibe. Like it's just directly opposite. Like all these gaps that I'm leaving, all these things, as I'm drawing, I'm feeling the flow of the lines, right? But then because of the requirements of having this thin line, I can't flow it as well, and so on and so forth. And I'm looking at all these gaps that I need to know whether the feeling that I'm getting from having all these gaps needs to be addressed or not. If they don't have to be addressed, that's great. I would like to find a position where we can draw lines really, really fast and comfortably and be somewhat rough, but still have a decent outcome at the end that is as clean as what we're seeing today, like here. This I would say is pretty clean already. I think Omi would not accept this as clean, by the way, because I will come in and look at these shapes. Like, look at that. Clearly some guy left their marker in there, right? Like, but then now I'm looking at this, I'm like, yeah, this is great. If you can draw something like this consistently in a quick amount of time, like we're not talking about Mogun levels and Modari levels of like 9 hours into like god tier stuff. If like 12 hours, right? Let's say 4 streams, 3 or 4 streams, we can get one of these out to this level of cleanliness while maintaining sort of that flowiness during the process. That is like big. That is huge. That is breakthrough. That is eureka. You know, toss out the paper in the air moment. That'll be a huge milestone, I would say. One day, though. One day. I'm sure we get there. This is kind of awkward. This is awkward. I'm wondering... Hello, Uni. Oh, hello, Uni. It's been a while. Welcome back to Getting Stuck with Me. That's a kind of interesting title. I think having me as a name is kind of interesting from an English speaker's point of view. It's just puns everywhere. Not really puns, I guess, because we're kind of... Well, it's the same pun being reused. Anyways, I hope your iPad is situation is resolved. Yeah, okay. Congrats. Finally resolved. Like a fully new one, you're saying. Apple's like, yeah, you win. We're gonna give you a new one. Here you go. Dang, dude. There's a hater chemistry because you have to remember a lot of stuff. You don't actually know why it's 6 7 6 7. Let's see. 6 7 6 7 6 7 6 7. After I sent it in the 3rd time, I watched it the status for 2 weeks. Let's see. By the way, show, I think chemistry was my best subject, if I remember correctly. Actually, all of them were pretty good for me. But chemistry in particular, I think the teacher liked me a lot. She was like a really old teacher. She was always smiling. Pretty much all I remember. Our biology teacher, I remember, was very, you know, kind of rather incompetent. She didn't really know what she's talking about, and she's just kind of reading off the book. So a lot of people suffered as a result. And physics teacher keep getting swapped for some reason. Like they keep retiring. They kept retiring. They kept getting a new teacher. Everyone has a different style. People got thrown off by that, I'm sure. Interesting. Receive a device, no issue. We're sending a device back 2 times. Shit, what's happening? No status. Wow, okay, this is so funny, dude. What the? What's wrong with my... Did my tablet just die, dude? Yeah, my tablet just died. Okay. Let me restart my tablet. Wow, that's great. No status. That will drive me insane. Why can't I not draw this curve? Oh, it's like 2 curves in one, and there's an angle in there. Damn it. Why is this so hard? It got really big though. Mine is getting like bigger. Holy shit, that's huge. I just pressed. That's whatever. Science teacher, we have another idea, and like some bio teacher. Read the chapters, that's it, yeah. It's so like I get that like teaching is hard, and that you are teaching a class of like 40 different personalities and interests and stuff like that, right? But like, yeah, like if they don't try, that really sucks. Like you have to really instill that sense of curiosity in kids and make them want to learn so that they will actually learn. Otherwise, like they're just reading off books, making it more boring than it needs to be. That really sucks. It hurts a lot because it's not just that one subject, right? It's their entire attitude towards education. And then ooh, the repercussions of this is not good. But give me a new gen ampere for free and 90% of the manager, so it's really nice, and put some strings. I see. Okay. Dang, literally, what was this? Literally best outcome, isn't it? It couldn't get any better than this unless, like, I don't know, the CEO signed the iPad or something, and then you can sell it for like $1 million. A bajillion million green paper. Oh, nice. An original Steve Jobs signed original iPhone from like God knows which year it was. Holy shit. I suppose, but replacement being new, right? Still, I see. Because I'm thinking like that you got a new one that you wouldn't have gotten otherwise. New shit. Oh my god, my hair. Oh my god, everything is kind of not in proportion. Oh my god, do I care? I do not. Is this only painted? Oh, it's just very rough. Have you, like, I don't know if you've seen like some of those repair videos where like they open up Apple devices and they're like literally just custom design screws just so that other people cannot open them comfortably and all that, and then they have to buy a whole different set of tools that of course Apple do not sell, right? Like some other third party made like a whole different set of tools just for Apple devices and this and that. European Union kind of pog, right? Like they get like a GDPR and like all the repair laws and stuff like that that really benefited because due to the economies and all that, then Apple is just gonna change everything or something. Like the Lightning jack changed to USB-C so that they don't have to we don't have to buy special cables and all that bullshit. And then meanwhile, like on the over here, like US, all the private funds are buying up YouTube channels to like change public perception about certain issues in real life, so they gain even more control over the populace. Holy shit. You know, dystopians are kind of interesting because they're meant to be fantasy. But it's getting less and less appealing now as a theme in stories, just because we're living in one, which is great. The one with you freaking like the first has that. Yeah, it is what it is. But despite not being in their class for that long show, it looks like they've left a good impact on you too. Because now you know what a good, interesting teacher is like, and how valuable that is. Not that it's much of a consolation though. You know. I suppose there's no wasted experiences in life. Just maybe could have been better, for sure. Anyways, I wonder if one day I will get bought out. Future me will have the answer to that. I don't know if I ever get big enough to warrant such attention. It's easy to say, I think, to maintain the integrity, because I'm trying to create a space for my own character here. That I wouldn't do it, but then because my goals are to create the world and this and that, it requires a lot of time and resources. That might actually be the better way to go about it. And you know, if someone were to offer me a lot of money, I really doubt it though. Making YouTube videos is such a pain in the ass. Holy shit. Just between us, right? Like if I ever do sell like that, I would definitely create like some other place to do our own thing again, right? Like, because like the only way that would happen for this channel would be that if I keep making study videos or educational content. So if I do sell, it will mean that I'm tired of making that, and then we just come back and do this, right? We've been doing this, and people have been enjoying this. You know, we just find another channel and do another Twitch channel or something where we just do streams, and I just ignore like studies and all that, presumably because I would have already done way more than enough, right? Like to warrant attention like that. So it's all good, you know. I think as long as VIA is my goal and all that, I should be able to keep myself on the straight path here. Money is important, but like if I have to give up ideals for that, I think, especially for this, I don't know if that makes any sense. Because the whole point of the money is to do this. If I give this up to get money, that's like what? What's the point? Easy for me to say now, though, of course, right? But regardless, 3 rolls for the green onion lady and Rossi spooked me. Oh, I see. Hot 2. Still a level 1. You got blessed by the... What was this? Like, this, my channel is just for wolves, so... I guess... the buffs from this channel. Yo! Good thing I didn't spend like $1,000-something pulling like potential 5 for Rossi, and just so that I can stop playing the game afterwards. I think I'm glad I didn't do that. But then that money is getting diverted somewhere else now, and way more at that too. But I digress. That project probably will never come to light at this rate. The chest area is completely messed up, but I'm not gonna care about that. Dang, if I have a lot of money, I'll have like a wolf conservation. I'll buy like a whole like 1 bajillion acres of forest, and then we'll fence it up, and then we'll put like robot guards around the perimeter that shoot poachers, and then we'll have like a whole bunch of wolves and like other animals in there or something. And then I'll put cutouts of Ria all over the place. People people don't get to go in. There's a conservation, quote unquote, and then there's just gonna be plastic cutouts of my character in the middle of the forest. Totally not polluting anything at all, of course, you know. Dang it. We're gonna have another situation where it's like that one penguin falling in love with the Kemono Friends penguin character cutout. Pug. Chain boba shop in the US and got a Coca photo sticker. Oh. How nice. My friends that are not in Japan are constantly asking my friends that are in Japan to go buy, like, I don't know, KFC, McDonald's collabs and get them the code. For like in-game redeems. I think wasn't there like one for like, was it for WoWa or like was it for Genshin or something? More pretty recently too. But I'm sure there's like a bunch of those always happening. Probably always happening. I do not know that. I sorry, yeah. I don't know why it's like that, the virus. That is interesting. But wolf supremacy, 100%. Supremacy is such a difficult word to use now. Not that I would really know what to use it for before, though. Reign supreme. But not supremacy. I think supremacy is like a... Even though it could be, you know, it's just a different form of the word, but the moment the word supremacy comes out, there's like a whole bunch of shit. Wait, what's happening? Like, Yes, big god. Big god indeed. Big poggers. Big fluffers. Big puppers. Oh man, what is what do over here? There's like miscellaneous lines over here. And I'm sure it's just because like it's like sketch and then like color over and then like refined again and then color over again. This and that. What do I want to do? Since my goal is to just replicate the vibes, I don't really care about the sketch lines, I suppose. That can be treated as part of rendering. So right now I just want a clean set of lines that I can work off of. I think that makes sense. I think this is like maybe the first time I'm being a little bit more what's the word, right? I've been talking about how, like, you know, the whole point of study is to like answer certain questions, like the art mental model BS that I came up with. But like I've never really thought about that in that way too much, like studies. It was mostly just, oh, I like it. I just want to do a study of it. But I wasn't really too sure what I want to get out of it. At least not that consciously anyways. I think today is like a bit more conscious effort to be like, yeah, you know what? This is the goal. I'm going to ignore that. Or maybe I've done this before already. I just don't remember. Yeah, should I do this now? Relic, the red lines are clearly painted off over at the very end there. I think this here. Oh yeah, no, I sorry, I forgot. Some of the lines are meant to just be faded out later and then drawn over yet again. So it's fine. It is whatever. TTs, what TTs? Not a big fan of drawing that line at the bottom, but if I don't have that device, it would be quite different. So we're just gonna keep that. Above the lines would be fine here, not a problem. This, although this I should leave. No, wait, there is a sketch version. Last eye, and then I'll probably hop off for tonight, and then I'll come in tomorrow to do the study, and then hopefully, am I gonna learn anything from this study? Hopefully, we'll learn something from this study. Maybe not really in the shapes department, but just say in the balance. And then I try to replicate that onto the sketch over here. I think that's a good chance I don't use the original color setup that we wanted to go for. We could though, with bottom lighting like that. But that is also still different from the original inspiration here. But yeah, it's either gonna be this or it's gonna be this. I think it's one of these. Bottom lid versus top lid. The right side is gonna be a lot easier to imagine, I think. Actually, what's the color variation on this? Not too much, right? Yeah, we're not getting like... Oh, but it's still quite a bit. But it's mostly blue. Mostly this greenish, cyanish, bluish kind of thing. Tail is a bit gray. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. What was I doing? Right, the eye. Final thing. Bonk. Bonk. Stay on that. Don't you see that? How did I do that? Did it turn? Anyways, the line got really broken up just now. It's pretty cool. I don't know how to replicate it, so it's fine. Point. A bit lower. But it's not balanced though. The other side's not as thick. I suppose the other side could have been thicker. But this one is more important. Be like that. Yeah, clear that sequence hopefully and then come back in. With full attention. Very deliberate. Suppose it's not too important. Right, yeah. I'll wrap up with that once I finish this eyeball. Eyeball. The weird limbo between trying to get what I'm seeing in the reference versus what I already sketched. And then you kind of get like this weird third state, which is neither here nor there. Hello, Devay. Again. Too big. Slightly too big. Is that one of those memes, you know, name a more iconic duo? Angry face and poopy face. Eyes are different size because this guy is curving down a little bit too steeply, perhaps. I'll leave the changes to tomorrow on first impression basis. If it's not a problem, it's not a problem. Then I'm gonna ignore it. Quite strong. I'll deal with that tomorrow with colors. That is fine. Chai Coca. Let me see. Sounds very familiar. Oh. Yeah. I believe... No, wait. Do they have a Colossal course? It's either this artist or another artist that has a very similar name that I bought the Colossal course. It's like the first course I ever bought too, I think. I remember that artist that I bought the course for was a lot more of a character designer rather than like a render thing. Render thing. Like a render kind of artist. This is kind of insane though, this part. But then you zoom in, it's just like a bunch of colors. Painted like this. From afar, it looks really tight. That contrast. Yeah, like the shapes within each area is not necessarily clean. You'll see this more and more and more, huh? Like the edges and all these like bigger shapes are clean, but like within it, it's just a more of a mess. And this is quite, you know, like front as well, I guess. It's like right in your face, and it's got more breaks in there. Texture is a little blurry, maybe like a photo thing. Something zoomed out, maybe. YouTube because they're uploading process videos. Oh. I'm just gonna check this out real quick. Is it them? No, it's not them then. It's not them. I swear the other artist basically has like the same name. Yeah, this is not the one. Yeah. Let's see. Have I been here before? No, I have. Oh, have I? No, I think I just saw the art before. Which one is more interesting? Let's do something more basic for now. See how it compares. I'm gonna drop my ref here. Yeah, Blender, right? Like that. I feel like I've just been like dropping the ball recently quite a bit because I'm too caught up with something else. I took some days off hoping that I'm gonna spend all my time trying to figure out the other thing as much as possible and try to wrap it up. So we can come back and devote full attention because we need to boot up Blender, like you said, sooner or later. But we can only do that after coloring and rendering is a bit more stable, otherwise it doesn't make sense for us to be that distracted. It's like a live 2D situation again. Yeah, that's skipping a lot of things. So I'll hear flat colors. Some gradients already, right? Here, there's like some gradient in the background, lighter in the top. Some darker hair here. Some yellow at the bottom. This is a gradient over all the lines. Before it was lines are only on top, right? And then there's some paint over the lines already. And then they just paint. Okay, I see. So get color in the right spot. Have the lines be part of the rough as well, so you can get maybe some more variation, but also importantly just keeping track of the idea, and then just literally painting over. And then after that, it's just a skill issue. Just a skill check right here. Nothing fancy, no like hardcore layers and this and that. Like the final result is so clean, right? Like it feels like it's like, wait, hang on a second. What happened? How did they get the hand lines here? Like these lines here are really clean. It's just part of the sketch, huh? Was that always there? No, at this stage it's still kind of rough. I'm wondering if they let me see. I guess it must have been skipped. Like, it's just like one frame is rough, one frame is clean like this, yeah. This is a bit too fast, I think. It's a bit too broken up like this. Because I'm wondering, like, these lines are clean, right? Maybe they're on top. It's like a separate line or layer. So they will maybe refine the shapes and then refine the lines. I don't know, maybe definitely looks like it's on top now. So there is like some amount of painting, at least the hair. Oh, but I guess we didn't really see the entire process either. Maybe the hair also had a similar setup where they did a new set of clean lines and then they painted underneath it. I thought they were just gonna do like one layer and they're just gonna paint. Over the lines and this and that. But yeah, otherwise it looks like it's line complicated forms, I see. Also, like, this is insane, right? 18 and a half minute video with only 2-minute mark. And the hairs are basically done. What's going on in the rest of the entire thing? There's a lot of cleanup. Oh. Wait, what? So this is like an entire set of layers on top. And then they're painting over that. So they're not just having one line art layer and one set of color layer. They have like the lines for the hand and then the color for the hand. And then on top of that, it will be the line for the thing and then the color for the thing. So it's like sets on top of sets. Yeah, if that makes sense. Because I always keep all the lines at the top and all the colors at the bottom. But this feels like they're... maybe not. Maybe let's see where the color goes in. But it doesn't really matter. I'm just getting too caught up on this. It's an old habit at this point. Like after all the lines... This painting process is still pretty high up in the layer tree, I think. It feels like it's going even over the lines of the previous layers. So you have to set up things correctly if this is the case. Well, after that, it's just like hardcore rendering, I suppose. Yeah, like this is entirely separate set. Yeah, because of the way they cut it out like this. Oh, interesting. So the way I do is set of lines on top, set of colors below. Pyotegu is a single line layer on top, single set of colors below, but it's not split by parts at all, but rather with a selection what do you call it? Like a selection use layer. Over here it's like sets and sets of lines and colors and lines and colors. Painting off of the original rough. Makes sense. For all these people, yeah, only mine doesn't really make sense because I never did color rough. I did the lines and I did the shapes. Then I kind of go in and figure out what the color I want to use is, which is really stupid. Anyways, it's a lot of rendering then. Oh shit, what happened here? Why is it so slow, dude? Why is my internet so slow? Oh, they just made it more, like made the color more saturated and deeper. So it feels like it popped out. Ooh, I like that. I kind of like what they did here. Big shape and then like it's like a negative space almost. Because I'm using white color as a line art. Yeah, sure, I can take a look. Yeah, nothing nothing fancy. Sorry, 1 second. Like if they had like stuff, I would like to see if there's anything special in this setup, but I guess like they just have a really good understanding of materials and all that, and they're just painting. Literally probably just painting. Well, what other YouTube videos do they have? Right. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if some of these colors, for example, right? Like the highlight on the hair here is a little bit purple and all that. If like maybe the color rough was like kind of set up with layer blend modes, or did they just kind of go in raw, for lack of a better expression? Oh my god, okay. Oh, I'm also following. Wait, what? Let's see. Oh, I can tell you now, Sho. I cannot explain this to you. How they make the colors look this way. I mean, by this way, I imagine it's just kind of like the vibrant vibe, right? The vibrance would probably come from two things, right? One is like saturated colors, and one having a large variety of colors. So this one has a large variety of saturated colors. You have the red, the blue, and the yellow. Whereas on some of the other ones, it is a single sort of hue. But it is still very bright stuff against very gray stuff. Like these, so... Oh man. Like the gap that I'm facing right now, that's probably because of how complex the shapes are. There's a lot of details and a lot of stuff going on, so my brain isn't able to sort of abstract out just the colors. I can't really see just the colors. It'd probably be easier if we maybe blur this a bit and see what colors. Actually, no, by the time like the blur comes in, like, yeah, it's a bit more muddied. It doesn't have that vibrance anymore, right? Like, cause like the white color and stuff is kind of gone. Some of the brighter hues are gone the more you blur it. So it doesn't really work like this either. You just kind of have to maybe do a study of this to check what the values are. Actually, what are the values? I mean... just brighter stuff against blurry stuff. Here. The very tippy top. Like a C curve with all the purple and blues. Yeah, these like grayish colors are also not as gray as I thought. Maybe that's how they make everything look more colorful. Like even the grays are pretty colorful. Like they're all like here instead of being here, which is what I'm more like what I think of gray is. I like the very dark colors. Oh, that's also because like this space is also more compressed here. It's just in general very, very vibrant. But they're using all the colors near the top here for all the most colorful stuff. That's probably pretty important. I remember we did like a study before with like the pastel colors or something, and it's kind of like in this region. Pastel colors? I still don't know how to spell that word properly. I don't know which way it was supposed to be. What about the other ones? What if there's more colors? Where is this one? Yeah. Let's just paste it in here. Oh. Huh? Oh. Yeah, just keeping the colors near the top of that triangle for me. If it's a square, where's it on the square? So it's basically just the top edge as well. And then the like rays or also a bit more blue. Like this should be a C curve, it feels like, or is it not? Actually, where's the brightest color? It's white. Yeah, but wouldn't a better way to approach this be use like a limited, like desaturated set of colors for your initial base color, light color, and shadow color? Do whatever hue shift you need to do, maybe some blue shift for the shadows, right? Make it colder and all that. And then come in a final pass and take the most saturated color that you want to use and just kind of highlight a bunch of stuff while keeping like overall sense of everything. Of course, this will be done during the color rough stage. And then when you render, you already have all the stuff that you need. Because going in with high saturation, but I mean, it's about the same, I guess. Because you're doing composition then, right? At least for them, it's like an overall very vibrant vibe. So you just have to make sure it's like an even distribution across everything. Because once you condense stuff, like say all the reds into the center, then it becomes very apparent, which is fine if that's what you want. Yeah, I guess the colors are just there and then just this. Anyways, I don't know. Right now, looking at this artist in the vacuum, it's just bright colors here, gray colors here. Just make sure like your brightest and most saturated color is on this edge. It's as saturated as it can be. Make sure it's not too overwhelming. Make sure the balance is more of these. Actually, yeah, if I need to fix my website thing so that I can dump it in here, because we have the filtering for checking saturation values. So if it's above certain number, it'll be it's a lot easier to spot with this tool here. So in this case, the reds are all here, right? That's where the saturated stuff is. So right now, if I upload the thing, it's gonna get stuck. So I have to fix that first before that's usable again. Right. More painterly, more watercolory vibe. The colors are all mashed together. Without the lines, this would be very hard to read, I imagine. And so I would say it's less vibrant. Still pretty colorful though. But like the most saturated stuff, it looks like it's like all in this region, looks like. I'm not going all the way up. And then the yellow here. There's no clear path for me to take so that I can grab the... I think it's maybe it's a matter of expectation. If you don't go in thinking that you want to get, like, that you will get 100%, right? Then it becomes a lot easier, because it's the same as zooming out and just seeing, oh, I see some blue here, I see some of that. Then once you do like a copy of just this basic set of colors, you zoom in a little bit more, and then you start to see more shades within the blue. Like, it's a lot easier once you start having stuff on canvas. It's not necessarily as hard as you might think. I get exactly what you're feeling though. Because that's how I felt like when, and I couldn't use the marker brush and this and that, because it always makes me feel like it's too muddied, it's too hard to deal with, it's like just very hard to see and this and that. But then I started lowering expectations. Be like, yeah, I know it's gonna suck, right? But let me just see what happens if I put in a couple brush strokes more. And then all of a sudden, like, you realize that, oh, hey, you know what? Once I have something, it's so much easier to find that minor difference between this blue and that blue, versus when you're coming in here and seeing 50 different shades of blue, not knowing what to do. They do have a lot. Do they have more color? I feel like this... I definitely like the previous artist more, just because the edges and stuff is a lot more refined. Sorry, a lot clearer. I mean... But even then, it's kind of noisy, I think. It's really hard to see what's happening here, for example. The values are a little bit too close. Yeah. Like this part here, like there's like hair. Oh, this is hair? Wait, hang on. Oh, this is hair. Oh, okay. I thought that was the background. Sorry, the values are kind of similar. So the hair kind of flows down here. That's like the clothing, I guess, going over shoulders in front of the chest. Kind of like a sweater, maybe? I see. And I don't know what's happening in this region here with the white. These ones? Yeah, I guess it's the... I see. Yeah, but this one has a lot more colors because like you don't have to worry about the edges as much. They're not worrying about the edges as much. You can feel the airbrush, right? Like the blurriness of everything. You have to go in with markers and push colors a bit and then airbrush a bit more. This and that. They have a lot more colors. They have all these slightly muddier colors too in this region. Over here. I don't feel like I saw a lot of this. It's just this one black patch. Everything else is more... If you just look at the dots jumping around, it's like staying in like this region here. This one is kind of like in the bottom. You can kind of see it in the bottom. Especially in the darker stuff. Huh. Anyways, yeah, sure. If you like the colors, you just have to dive into it because there's no better time to do it. The thing is, because like it's always gonna be really hard until you actually cross that bridge there, and there's no other way to. You will never feel like you're ready, right? Because you only feel like you're ready after you've crossed it. So, you mean like the umbrella? No, it's a... Okay, never mind. It's an artist. Forget what I said. I don't know what this is. What is this? This is very reminiscent of another artist. I'm pretty sure I have an entry in my map, I think, somewhere. Okay, for artist account, this is like a very... the percentage of art versus memes is perhaps a little low. But what do I know? Dang, you really like the more painterly stuff. Assuming like this is all the artists. These are all the artists that you like. This one has like no clear shapes for a lot of these for me. Man, look at that. Look at that bump. This really dark part, the ambient occlusion. Very nice. Oops. Yeah, I think this will be my favorite for sure amongst the artists that you've shared, just for the edges. I mean, the colors are interesting indeed. Colors are interesting. Is it a Chinese artist? Okay, right. This one doesn't necessarily feel Chinese, but they are as well. Although now that I know that they're Chinese artists, I kind of feel like I've seen many Chinese artists do the same. Japanese? I mean, it's not really a... Yeah, it's probably just 100% now. Oh man. Anyways, oh dang, it's like 1 a.m. The last time I checked was like 12:30. Very interesting. Yeah, this proportion of the head is insane, dude. What? The eyes, this area is only like a third of the entire thing. Like in terms of length, like this height thing that I always measure. That's insane to me. Now look at that. This is more than that too. Thanks, Show. You're gonna burn Duvet and Uni's options for dailies. Matcha? Oh, okay. What? Right, yeah, like you definitely do like the all these more painterly and more vibey kind of. Look at that. No lines or what? Like what? Almost no lines. Is that a sketch? Are these not finished stuff? Are you, maybe it's like slightly lagging or something because I was looking at the tattoo one, right? Yeah, like what's happening here? You know, like all the hair. It doesn't even have the sort of lengthwise shapes the hair would have, right? Like that's why it's kind of. Actually, is this a sketch? I'm not sure. Maybe that's complete. Huh. No, but like, and then this one is line based. Well, not quite. Longer forms, right? Let's see. Because I'm looking at the like all these brushstrokes and stuff. They're like very squarish. They're not as long. I mean on the hair, right? Because like hair has like a really long form like that. Might just be sketching and what they feel like doing it in that moment. There's a decent amount of variance, I guess. Like you can see the transformation of the style. With backgrounds and stuff, right? I mean, the more recent one will be like this, right? No, I have not Duvet, but they do have it archived on Bilibili. I didn't check Naver. Yesterday I was taking a quick look. But yeah, it looks like they're doing like the 8 to 10 hours a day, and then some god tier artwork come out the other end. Mugun's style is what? It's a rough sketch. And then, but his rough sketch is really clean. Oh yeah, sure. Let me look for it right now. Beery. What? Let me mute it. Yeah, where is the archive list? I found it yesterday. If I just go back, no, I cannot do that. Dig. Koreka? Koredanya. Okay, so this is the one, right? So Bilibili's is over here. I'm sending the link. I'll send it to why should I send it though? Should I put it in? I just put it in resources then. Looks like nobody's really it's not, you know, too flooded. So, but this one here, by the way, Duvet, at the bottom here, is the playlist. for it. And the top, I guess, is more like just a summary or something. I don't know, starting from the front. This is also another playlist. I don't know what the difference is. Yeah, what's the difference here? But this one has 10. That one has 8. Oh, wait, hang on. This one has like the full archive. This one, I remember yesterday I was watching. Wait, no, never mind. It's still the full archive. What? I guess it's like 2 extra stuff that's not really related. Yeah. It's kind of split into 2-hour 2-hour ranges though, so you can't, you still have to jump around here I suppose, but right, this is already after color rough, right? So color rough is here. Well, wait, before that. Suppose there's like an easy way and a hard way to do it, but not really though. I keep feeling like that's like a magic way to do, like, say for example lighting like this, right? Like this lighting was kind of dramatic. You have the spotlight on the character. Let me see. You have this spotlight over here and then the stuff fades out and stuff like that. But I mean, at the end of the day, it's just like you know what colors you want anyways. Like if you don't know what colors you want, it doesn't matter what tools you have, right? Yeah, the Korean is streaming on Naver as well, which is the Korean site. There's like a Korean social media. It's just like very, very big in Korea. And then the Chinese comments, like once in a while, it's just people saying that they don't understand what he's saying. That they wish they understood what he was saying. It's just Chinese, right? Right. I don't know why the style feels very distinct. Not that it's really related to the country or anything. This is interesting. This is like an in-between? Almost? You just started color first? He has like the base setup, right? With the body and all that before he does the color, I think. He starts off with the blinds with the character. And then there's some cleanup of this initial sketch. Then the individual blocks go in. And this is interesting, like this cleanup of the sketch is already pretty clean, right? And then he'll do his color rough and this and that, and then he'll go in again to do the cleaner line. I think, based on my skipping around of yesterday and today. That seems to be the process. This one's a lot more group. Wow, look at the colors. It's like red. It's like all grouped together. This is the rough. This one has a bigger spread. But even then. Yeah, I get what you're saying, yeah. Because this artist here was like there's a lot more sort of things melding into each other. At least for this piece. Maybe, yeah, even for here, like I guess like the what is this feeling that I'm feeling? It's like they're trying to lose the edge, but they still have the edge in the lines or something. Whereas this here doesn't really care. Like they want that clear, distinct edge, and everything is grouped. Kind of, but you're also kind of doing that here, I suppose. I don't know. Yeah, lost. Definitely more lost than some of the other artists for sure. This one here. Maybe it's just the range of colors that they use. Oh, I remember this piece. Somewhere around here, I think is where I found them. Somewhere here. I like the lines. Yeah, I really need lines in my art, I think. I really need the lines. Having like some thick ass lines like in some of these regions really like sort of emphasizes, draws more attention, and then everything else can be a little bit less thinner lines, maybe even lost edges. Right, yeah. Like over here, I feel like things are a little bit fuzzy. You can't really see some of these edges as clearly, despite the colors being clearly different, right? But I can't see maybe some of the internal forms here or something. But if I were to have added lines, thick lines over here, then all of a sudden these ones feel slightly better. I don't know. Maybe I still want lines there. Maybe I just want lines. What does this mean? Doesn't it feel kind of similar? I guess, okay, no. This one's more... This is cleaner. Glassy, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's a good word. It is very glassy. Like, this one not so much, but like, what was the other one? What? Where'd it go? Like this artist also feels a little glassy. Which one was it? I think it was like one of these ones or something. This here is interesting, by the way. Like this here is giving me the same vibes. It's a vibe that I don't really like because it means that something isn't very clear, I think. But it's giving me the same vibes as the one that I did for the Arknights competition thing. I think it's primarily just not having edges here. This one feels like the details are way too fine, right? So you can catch like big shapes, but I still cannot see the tiny shapes clearly, and it still feels like I'm not seeing and sensing things correctly. So despite the edges being clean here, it still feels like I can't see it. Huh. So I need lines, I need the edges, and not only that, I need them to maintain a certain level of size and scale. Then the finer details would be simply be not in the forms, but rather in the textures. Maybe that is the difference. Yeah. No, that's good. That's good. I feel like Show being this excited and being this passionate about art. I feel like I should go over a bit just so that we can share it and support this enthusiasm. You should limit the artists you... I did take tomorrow off, otherwise I do have to get off already. It'll be too late, but otherwise it's fine. You should limit the artists you want to be like. You should limit the artists you want to be like. I think I would 100% agree in the sense... Okay, maybe not 100% agree. How about this, right? Like, non-positive numbers is not the same as negative numbers, right? Because the number 0 exists. So rather than saying you should limit the artists you want to be like, I would say that having too many artists that you do want to be like is kind of detrimental to trying to move forwards, right? Because that's kind of how I feel. I have like a bajillion artists that I like. I don't know how to reconcile all of these different styles, right? But at the same time, I don't think you should be limiting people, like limiting what you like. You should never limit what you like, because if you're suppressing your liking of things, then you're suppressing yourself and you're suppressing your personal voice and your personal style, and that's also going to hurt you. So I think what I am doing right now, maybe it's kind of biased, it makes the most sense, which is that you should just like what you like and collect everything and have everything presented in a way that you can help you spot similarities, help you spot patterns. And then when you're doing something, you should maybe not try to be too many artists at the same time, right? Because obviously different rendering styles are going to clash. They're not going to be reconcilable. And then so maybe you can limit the kind of like style they want to emulate and the things that you want to do in any single piece, but you can have different pieces going after different artists' styles over a period of time. You don't have to just limit to one artist and be like, yeah, I'm just gonna only ever do this one artist for the next 10 pieces. I don't think that makes sense. But for sure, like having a lot of artists that you like, it's gonna be kind of hard. But like from the artists that you shared today though, like I feel like they're all kind of in like, they're distinct for sure, but they're all also pretty similar in the sense that we're not really going into like all the well, I didn't like them, so I wouldn't be able to find them easily, but like maybe something like this would be slightly different than the one. It's kind of similar too. Never mind. Well, it would be very visually distinct, right? Something like this would be very visually distinct, I think. It's still very sort of painterly, right? But this here, compared to what you've been sharing, is quite different, I think. Because they go for this very clear, very clean, very, very sharp kind of vibe. You also like this kind? Right. Right. What else is there? I feel like anything else would just be like simple anime kind of cell shading stuff, maybe. But I get the feeling you like those as well, but like the ones you've been sending. Oh, I see. Yeah. I mean, I figured that's why you're sending them, right? Because like you'll only be sharing stuff that you like, because otherwise it wouldn't have caught your eye and be worth the effort of, for lack of a better word. So did I see this other artist that you sent just now? You did. I did, right? I kind of got lost in the juice here. No, it's not. It's a different artist. Wait, what? The Gurenju it's auto-correcting to Gurenge, which is giving me some issues finding this artist, but it's kind of funny. Oh, okay, it's Chinese. Oh, wow. Oh, I like this one. I like the, how do I say? I like the colors in the comp. Not necessarily the render. Ooh, look at the city and then the characters and this wolf, so, may or may not be biased. Yeah, look at the tiny shapes, right? Like the detail balance here between like the really tiny flowers and the really blank walls. I feel like this contrast is really strong for me. I feel like I would have tried to group the shapes to make it a little bit bigger. Because this feels so noisy. At a glance here, I don't even notice them as flowers, I think. Kind of a bit of a interesting gap there. Huh. I definitely am learning more about what I like here. The need to group shapes is very strong. The need to find edges is very strong. And the need to not have like very, very tiny shapes, right? But like having noise is fine. But where is the line being drawn, right? Because noise is just really small shapes anyways. So there's some gap here. So yeah, some gap. Oh wow. Like very fantasy-esque. The lines and all the shapes and stuff. Oh, the lines are not as clean as I thought. I thought it was just Did they add all the stuff deliberately? Like, how do you have this many? Oh, but I guess it's just erased. There's just a lot of broken pieces everywhere. It's like spaghetti. Well, not really like spaghetti. And I think spaghetti is meant to end up like this. Oh, it's like the book binder, like the shape of a cat's toe, perhaps. I guess they're completed stuff. Something like this, perhaps. Yeah, this is like the same thing with like the smaller shapes being too small, perhaps. Also, it's very evenly distributed. But then again, this is a character design. Right? Character design requirements are quite different. So I don't think I can evaluate it quite the same way. They don't necessarily have like a full background painting kind of thing. Dang, they've been doing this for like so many. Wow, okay. Wow, this is like unlimited designs here. Holy shit. I'm not like a big armor person at all. So never mind coming up with like this many variations. Even just painting one set I think would drive me insane. So like this is yeah. This will never be me. Right. Like the rendering. You have a character design course, I see. Well, you know you're in good hands, I suppose. You know, at least someone who's like super passionate. Like, how many years has this been? Oh, not even. I don't know what would have been more impressive, right? Carrying this out for like over 20 years, like doing this over 20 years, or doing it like just 2 years and having like 5 bajillion designs in 2 years. I don't know which one's more impressive here, but holy shit, dude. What? Yeah, it really comes down to just having been able to see things clearly. And what this idea of clearly is to me is just clean shapes, big shapes, clear edges. I think that's the gist of it. Having a lot of design elements like this, I think is maybe okay. Though, because there are some characters. Are there though? No, wait, no. Let me take that back. I have to walk that back because I feel like if the character has like a lot of those ornaments, right? Like I believe what like in music there would be like the baroque period where they have a lot of those elements in like the music as well, where they do thrills, where they do and then the architecture has like all of those tiny little curls and details and stuff like that. That I don't like a lot. This is kind of how it feels like, I think. Small details, a lot of ornaments. One full character design roughly every day for a year. Oh man, they also repost. Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, that kind of got me there, Uni. Like, you know, honestly, a lot of these look the same to me. Like, that's why I didn't realize they were posting OR. They all kind of look the same to me. Not a big fan of armors and stuff. Oh my god, dude. Holy shit. Imagine rendering this. How to know someone enjoys drawing from one piece of art? Christ, this is insane. Yeah, I think having such a simple style, I forgot who talked about this before. There's some other artist talked about this, right? But having something simple like that makes it so much easier for you to have volume and just have like a whole bunch of pieces going out all the time. And Blue Archive, I guess Blue Archive specifically is also trying to replicate that anime sort of cell shading style, like that very simplistic style too, which has that charm that a lot of people are already a big fan of. So like having something simple like that is like a big bonus for algorithm based stuff today. Oh man, I don't know, man. I feel like this drive to get like better render and this and that is also kind of steep in just trying to do it for the sake of doing it, for the sake of being able to say, tell people and show people that I can render something more complicated. Because otherwise, just doing sketches is great. Just sketches and simple stuff like this. Like so much cleaner and so much simpler. Yeah, like more stylized stuff like this. Yes, a lot of dilemma is going on. If I want to render, but I don't want to spend the time rendering because it's a pain in the ass. I say I want big shapes, but if you have only big shapes, and like, it would become too simple, right? So you need to have small shapes. This one here, I feel like it's a good, like maybe it's like kind of balances in between like all the really noisy stuff and really like simple stuff. Because most of the shapes are pretty big. The small ones are just because like design details, which you can't really avoid if it's a specific character. But yeah, at the same time, looking at this, I still feel like it's kind of noisy. But then I don't know what to do now. I don't know where I would, what else I could do, because like the shapes are already so grouped together. And then I say, so that's the first dilemma. The second dilemma is I say I like clean and like sharp edges, but then I don't have the patience to render it. Oh my god, the artists. Too much. So much work. Why did it just pan me over to nothing? Oh, because it doesn't exist on this board, I think. By this set of filters, it doesn't exist. It has the complex pieces, but it's great to see the artists who work on it and take it to the highest level. Sure, I mean like I still don't necessarily like the some of the art, because these guys are also taking it to pretty high levels, no? Like like if we're just talking about the style, not necessarily like the mastery. I'm not 100% sure. Reverse 99. Sorry, 1999. Wow. So many. I feel like design, by the way, it's like a. I don't have feel. I don't really like designs for the most part. Like character design. I think like character design relies so much on clothing and this and that, which I get, right? There's only so much you can do with the base character. But like I think design is one of those things that they really have to sell to me with words, because just looking at it, I haven't really found any design that I really, really, really like. Most of the time, it's just acceptable. It's like, okay, yeah, it's interesting, I guess, but that's kind of that, you know. Uh, a lot of layers of clothes. Sure. Maybe I'm getting tired. I might have been getting stuff mixed up because I feel like having a lot of layers of clothes doesn't necessarily mean that the style will render into like something that's a lot of smaller details, perhaps. If it's like design like all these ornaments and stuff, then you have to have small shapes and but they will still add to the overall noise of the image. So yeah, it's like a threshold thing, I guess. You can have many things as long as the balance is still within what I like, I think. Then I'm okay with it. The style as well, regardless of the mastery, regardless of how yeah, regardless of the mastery essentially of it. If the style is something that's pretty complicated and tiny shapes and overlapping shapes and not clear edges, then I'm still not gonna like it, right? Regardless of the right, yeah. But I think that's the art style, right? So what I'm saying is the art style needs to have the clean edges, big shapes, and the correct balance. I don't feel like Arknight's art is in particular. Like, I mean, Arknights is also quite varied. Like, so many people in there for the styles and stuff. Big. Right, if we're talking about design, I honestly don't have too much opinion. I think I'm just kind of biased. If I like the character, right, but the design is also part of what makes me like the character, right? It's kind of hard, but I just find like for the most part, I don't really care too much about the design. It does like, it can be pretty interesting. It can be pretty unique. You can kind of see themes here and there, but then like, if you just put the same character in like a t-shirt and you give me the same story, I don't think I would like them less just because like they're wearing a t-shirt, you know. I don't feel like design adds too much to me for the most part. Like if Rossi here was just wearing a t-shirt too, even before I know like the character at all, right? I would have still probably treated her the same way. Like I thought of the character as the same way. Design doesn't seem to do much, I think. It just makes them more recognizable. I think. Context too. Right, yeah, I think that harkens back to the stuff I was saying. Like, if you have a design and you can sell the design to me, like, it's this because their backstory is adding this thing and adding that thing. What if I saw, that would be great, actually. I would love that. I would love to see Rossi running around Enfield in like a t-shirt. I would be completely fine if every single character is wearing t-shirts in Enfield. And it would have made not a big difference to me if I can still recognize the character. I don't think the design of it adds that much value to me at all. Like, other than recognizability, if I can recognize Enmin and like Palika and like Chen, they can all wear t-shirts for all I care. Like, I would love to see them running on t-shirts. I think it'd be kind of funny. I would enjoy the game more if they're in t-shirts. Just because there's like such a breath of fresh air, right? Like they're trying to be all fancy with your clothes and stuff and this and that. All the straps, all the Arknight straps. T-shirt. You know, like those anime, like World Trigger. I don't know if you guys watch World Trigger, but like those animes where you have actual uniforms, where everyone literally, basically wear the same uniform. I don't know why I added ads over there. But yeah, you have this many, like they have a lot of characters. They're like 30, 40 different characters and they're all distinct or something. But it's interesting, right? Because they all wear the same uniform and they're still very distinct. And they're still all very recognizable. Yes, they have like different color hair, but like relatively speaking, like the design of the clothing is just tied down. Arknight's Both works and everything can work if executed properly. Right, but I'm saying like the execution is basically the art style. So to me, it's just one thing that I'm making a decision on, whether if the style is something I like or not like. Regardless of the design, regardless of everything else, at the end of the day, it is just the style of the render, I think. Just wearing t-shirts, no one will play. Yeah, I think everyone else will hate it. I wonder, right? Like, I wonder if a game come out now and everyone's just wearing t-shirts, would I be less interested in it than if they were wearing something interesting? Because Enfield, I'm playing Enfield because I like the fact that it carries on the universe. It carries on the ideas and themes. The clothing really doesn't feel like it does a lot to me, but I'm sure like it does something. Surely it does something, right? It has to do something, I feel like. But yeah, at the same time, I don't know what it is. And imagining them wearing t-shirts actually is... Can you just wear a t-shirt with their name on it? Like, everybody wear a t-shirt with their name on it. Okay, this artist needs to be studied for their render of holographic materials. I need to come back to this artist for sure. Where's the other one with the this one? We'll do this study sometime for sure. Anyway, sorry, I just make sure that... It does, but okay, so maybe this is a gap in skill. This is like a knowledge gap, because I don't have any idea of character design. I don't have any idea of what different clothing are called or how they came about, right? If you know, like, for example, how like a cardigan came about in history, in human history, then a character wearing that would have a lot more weight versus them just wearing t-shirts. But to me, because I have no background knowledge on any of these clothing design and what they're inspired from, like their real life counterpart, it just has zero like additional added value. To me, it's just another piece of clothing. To me, like, a character is who they are just by how they act and just by their decisions and like the personality and the way they act it out. And of course, like the clothing choice is reflecting that choice and their personality. But I've never really sort of analyzed things that way, so I don't have that pathway in my head. So to me, it makes no difference, I feel like. And like to a large extent, I mean, this is true for every part of the character, right? Because the artist can decide whatever they want to decide for the character. But the clothing, especially for me, feels like the designer could have put anything on them. And a lot of times they're designing things based on motif rather than personality. Right, like Rossi here wearing this Little Red Riding Hood kind of style thing isn't necessarily because she likes it to me. To me, it doesn't feel like necessarily because she likes it, but just because the designer wanted to have that motif there. Which makes it so much less meaningful now all of a sudden, because like it's kind of separate from the character, right? It feels like. No, I think show that makes sense. I think that makes sense because it's just like this character chooses to dress girly. Yeah, does it feel like that though? Yeah, I don't feel like that at all. I don't feel like there's no connection there at all for me. Yeah, like really like clothing, huh? Because like if you think about it, even if you like have like ideas and reasons for the character being the way they are, how often is it that they actually made that decision, like the original designer made that decision because of character's personality, versus they are just trying to achieve some kind of motif across the design? No, maybe it's just my unwillingness to accept it, I think. Actually, no, I think it might just be my own unwillingness to accept it. Because maybe Rossi really does connect herself to being the Red Riding Hood. Maybe she does see herself as a cute little girl in that way, right? But I just refuse to accept that the clothing has anything to do with personality, because I only see it as a tool for artists to make the character look unique. Not necessarily because the character made the choice themselves, I think. This is probably a mirror thing, so there's probably like many factors. The lack of knowledge, this inherent bias, as well. Like, but this inherent bias, I think, is stemmed from my own sort of issues too. It's again lack of skill and knowledge, because when I gave Rita her clothing, quote unquote, it was only because I didn't know how to do character design. So I can only give her that set of clothes. So to me, it feels like all the others must just be doing the same thing, right? Because I cannot possibly fathom people having the skill to come up with something in a very structured manner, because I can't do it myself. I think that's probably why. One way or another, though, I feel like if we do maybe just like more character design related studies, I would be able to appreciate more. Currently, it's impossible. Like, all of these things look the same to me. Outfit because I would fit a character. I thought your t-shirt works on all characters. You basically look. That's fair. That is fair. I think like her having it, like having her in this tights, for example, right, would be problematic for one. But then on the other hand, like it wouldn't. I'm trying to evaluate this. It's kind of hard to be unbiased, right? Because that's we already kind of know the character, so I wouldn't know how to react to the character if she had been introduced in like tights like this. Now it's easy for me to say that like it wouldn't matter, but that's only because I already have an idea of what the character is like. But it's not so much. Is it the it is the design, but it's not necessarily the clothing design. It's like the silhouette design, but that is the clothing though. Huh. It's just some kind of inherent bias, I think. This is telling me that there's some kind of inherent bias, because the fact that I agree with you, right? Like that not skin tight outfit, blah blah blah, like wouldn't fit her character. I agree with that 100%. Means that the character's clothing is a very inherently important part of the design to me, right? Which is what I'm claiming is not the case. But yet I'm still kind of failing to see it like 100%. There is some inherent thing that's kind of blocking. If I give this a couple more weeks to digest, I think eventually I'll probably come around. Because it will only make sense for it to be important. But yeah, I feel like character design should be more like tied to the character, not so much not as much the clothing. But yeah, the clothing must be important because it reflects what they would do. Because I did do that as well, right? When I was doing Faye's jacket design, I was trying to figure out if she would enjoy wearing specific clothing. So I guess there is that. Maybe it's the fact that like all of these gacha character designs and like the clothing are just so flamboyant. They're just so like anything goes. Like anything goes. They can have like 10 bajillion straps for all I care. But in real life, you have very limited set of choices for clothing. And as a result, you're forced to make compromise, and that shows your personality. But then but just because you have the freedom to do anything you want doesn't mean that it's inherently, it will be more free, right? But then I will have to treat it as though like the character designed the clothing themselves, 100%. So like Rossi in this case here chose to have 4 knives on the coat for some reason. Chose to have these specific elements here for some reason. Chose to have specifically this type. I don't know. It's so hard for me to believe that they made a choice to design a dress like this for some reason. But it also makes sense. It doesn't make sense. I don't know what the gap is. Oh, it's an interesting discussion though, I think. Imagine a character wearing the exact opposite type of outfit, right? If it's a character that I know, then it wouldn't make a difference because I already know them. But if it's a character that I don't know, it would change my image of them a lot, right? Let's say like that's like a fairy magical girl type character. and then they're like, the frills and all the dress, like what you see here. That would be the typical. But then the exact opposite, maybe like a leather jacket and like a biker sort of getup. That would feel different, right? Yeah, it would feel different, right? It would feel different. And even if the character's personality is presented the same way, by virtue of the fact that they're wearing a different set of clothing, kind of hints at something else. Because someone who's wearing that getup, rather than this sort of magical girl and girly dress kind of, would inherently not be liking the girly stuff as much. That's why they were in that getup. I do agree with that. But it feels like, right, and then it would be very, right, if they're wearing just a t-shirt, then they would just be missing this piece of information entirely. Right. I think that makes sense. So the t-shirt argument only kind of works because I know the characters already. And also number two is actually because it's adding more contrast, right? Because everything else nowadays is so unique and like so noisy. Having something very clean all of a sudden becomes more interesting. Um yeah. To be honest, I kind of forgot what my original point was. But I do agree that it's important, and it does change my perception of things. That I definitely do agree. It just feels like there's some gap somewhere. It's like a tiny thing that I haven't addressed yet, but I didn't care about clothing design, right? I mean, I still stand by that. I don't really care about clothing design in the sense that what does didn't care mean though? It's interesting because I still feel like I don't really care too much. Like if like say a game, right? Let's say Arknights, right? Arknights has that sort of distinct style of designing all the straps and this and that. If they were like all wearing magical girl clothes, I guess I wouldn't like it anymore, right? So I definitely do care about it. So what I was talking about before is cap then. It's 100% cap then. Not 100%. What is that gap though? There is a gap here. Like if the entire Arknights cast all started wearing magical girl clothes, I would 100% have not liked the game as much, right? Because the whole point of liking Arknights was because of the sci-fi merged with like slightly modern kind of design, not like completely sci-fi. We're not talking about people flying on jet bikes, but I guess that maybe they'll have it. But so it is that design that I like, and I've talked about this before too. So definitely I would have perceived it differently. But at the same time, within this realm of sci-fi, once the idea of sci-fi is established, each individual character's design matters a lot less to me all of a sudden. No, I think no, I don't think that's I don't think that's right either. I think it matters a lot still. I think the reason why I think it doesn't matter is because there are so many of them, right? There are so many of them, and they're covering all of the. Right, what if all the Arknights wore the same spacesuit? I think that would have been fine, actually. That would be fine to me. Because it establishes the world design, as long as it establishes in the same way that I like it right now. And then, once everybody wear the same clothing, then it's fine, right? Because it's an even playing field. And then their personality will shine through other ways. And I will just be focused on those other things instead. But I'm just trying to imagine, right? Let's say Arknights right now. I have my, I don't know. Let's say I have one favorite character and they're designed a specific way with their clothing. If they're designed in the exact opposite, and I approach this game from with a fresh mind without knowing who they are, I wouldn't have liked them. This proves that clothing design does matter. But because of the sheer number of characters in the entire Arknights cast, someone else must therefore be wearing something like to the version of the character that I would have liked. And I would just end up liking this new character instead. So I think the issue here is just because, like, the main gist of everything is like the main design language is established, and I like that. Then within this established design language, there's going to be enough variations that I'm always going to have a character that I will like, and I will just like them, and everybody else doesn't matter. And that's why it feels like the design doesn't matter, because once I like this character, whatever they wear, I don't care anymore, right? Because I already have the idea of them. And then everybody else I don't like, I don't care what they're wearing, I don't care what the design is, because it does nothing for me either way. And I feel like it doesn't matter because there's always going to be someone that I will end up liking. I think that's probably the full analysis of this thing. It feels like it doesn't matter, but in reality it does. It's just because my needs are always satisfied, essentially. No, I think no, the virus is fine. I like hypotheticals because it forces me to challenge like why I feel the same way. I'm trying to set it up for myself right now too, right? So having like different ideas is great. So yes, I have to walk back what I say about not caring about character design for like clothing. I definitely do care. But like it's just like these sort of circumstantial evidence things, and along with the fact that I feel like most, like, just because I myself am not very capable at designing characters, I feel like a lot of artists are just kind of doing interesting things, visually interesting things for the sake of being visually interesting, but not necessarily because they have a character personality first thing, which I think is still true, right? Which I think is still true. Having like a personality thing idea first, I feel like, no, but that's not true though. Okay, this is a whole separate kind of works, but it's just all bias anyways. It's not like I know any character designers and how they work. Right, and see them in different outfits. Yeah. That being said though, after everything is done and dusted right here, I still feel like clothing design should be secondary to like the character's main design. I feel like the character themselves should be the main thing. It's just that there's not a lot of control knobs to turn here. Right, you have the character physique, and then ignoring stuff like proportion because that's more tied to age rather than a personality thing. It would just be like the hair, and then yeah, immediately my brain goes into accessories, but that's the same as clothing design. That's basically what they wear. So clothing design is big then. It's very big then. It's just like the virus mentioned, that my characters thus far has just very distinct physical features that make clothing like kind of irrelevant. Rhea is always going to be recognizable as long as the scars are there. Faye is always going to be recognizable as long as like the head, the ears, the wings, and the tail is there. Because you just don't see that often enough outside. But you can't possibly have that for every single character. As much as I would like for that to be the case. Right, Uni. I do believe that is true. I do believe that is true. It's just I haven't seen how they work too much. I'm a bit more critical of it just because I haven't seen it. But like surely that's how they will approach it, right? Surely like the whole point of the clothing is to build up the character's personality. And also set up that unique silhouette. Okay, anyways. I think your take is makes sense. The balance, right? The balance. Right, I do acknowledge now. I do agree. Clothing matters a lot. It just feels like it doesn't. Because if the design that I like is not on this character, it's gonna be on some other character. Then I'll just be looking at some other character. That's why it feels like it doesn't. But it does. Because that's what made me like the character in the first place, right? Hmm. Man, there is still a very big gap here. Still, I feel like 100% character design hinges upon the clothing. I think like clothing affects a lot, 100%, and 100%. I would not have liked certain characters if it were not for the overall design, like the overall vibes, right? Overall vibe. But at the same time, I feel like because of how free people can be with like the clothing, it becomes really it becomes really arbitrary all of a sudden. If everyone has to wear the same uniform, but everybody's uniform is slightly different, I feel like that showcases personality a lot better than having like big clothes that are like entirely different. Like one person's uniform being tucked out versus one person's uniform being tucked in. One person's buttons being replaced by like even one button being replaced versus like all the buttons being replaced versus having some kind of sticker on their clothing versus having some kind of pin on their clothing. Despite them all wearing the same base, I think says a lot more about personality than having an entirely different giant ass coat on the character. I think that feels a lot more relatable because just having it really goes back to the whole like I don't know how this code, for example, really reflects the character's personality. I think that's maybe like I just want character design to be more off of the same base almost in that sense and not be this arbitrary. There is no unity and everyone is unique by themselves. Oh, it's really hard to compare, I guess my mind somehow can compare between like a big coat and a small coat. Surely I can do that. I don't know. There's like a very big gap here, huh? Somewhere there's a big ass gap here. Yeah, maybe just more relatable, perhaps. Uniforms are way more relatable. Like daily clothes are way more relatable than a giant coat. They just stand out so much that it doesn't feel relatable anymore, right? Yeah, like it's like Rossi's coat if you see it outdoors. You wouldn't necessarily think like, hey, that's a very girly character or person. You would just think like, holy shit, what the hell is happening? You know, it's kind of insane, dude. You know, social anxiety must fear them. You know, like you don't necessarily think of like, oh, this is like a very girly vibe because it's just so out there, perhaps. All that being said, though, I'm pretty sure like my character design down the line would just be people wearing the same thing with slightly different variations. Because I like the idea of like an organization of a group of people having the same uniform. It becomes more identifiable overall as a whole vibe. One satisfaction is analyzed. Last of Us is on the other side. Oh, that's I've never played the game. Or the TV show. I have zero idea other than they're like spore zombies or something. Sorry, Duvet. The whole thing started because I claimed that character like clothing doesn't matter. Like clothing design does not matter in character design. I mean, for Rhea, maybe Rhea's not the best. Rhea, for the most part, I kind of don't think matters. Like, if she's naked versus she's not naked versus she's wearing this or that, it makes no difference to me because I know exactly who she like. I don't know exactly who she is, but her vibes are very very tied down in my head. So I don't think she's like a great example. Like if she's like wearing a giant cardboard box walking around, it would make no difference to me compared to her being completely naked or wearing like a big giant suit of armor. Yeah. Two in a two box? Did it get automated? No, it's there. It's there. What if you have a giant suit of armor, right? Like what difference would that make to me though? Like to me, is she is still her, right? She is just wearing a different suit of armor. Because like the clothes doesn't necessarily imply anything about her for me. To everyone else though, like that would be a huge difference, right? Yeah, like she's based off of a what she's based off of has like that sort of unkempt hair. Uh would it make a difference to me if she's wearing a suit of armor? I feel like it should, but it doesn't. I mean, unless she makes it her like unless she's always wearing it, then maybe then that would imply something about personality. But just seeing her in a suit of armor, I'm just like, yeah, great. Like, try not to hurt yourself, dumbass. This kind of yeah, like I think at least for Ria and Faye, like they're kind of a little bit out there. But, like being personal characters, I think it's a little bit harder to see them from like a party's point of view and consider clothing because their design never incorporated clothing. Or maybe it's just how I see things because like even Rossi, right? All these characters like Enmin, Pelika, all of these characters, I really don't see their clothing at all. Like if Pelika changed out of her clothes and wore a suit of armor, she was still okay. Hang on. This is different. If Pelika wore a suit of armor and went about her day in that suit of armor, that would go against her personality. Kind of like what we were talking about before, like magical girls wearing like all the leather and stuff. Because it doesn't feel like she's serious anymore. So there is a bit more context to this, perhaps. If the clothing doesn't matter too much, then it doesn't matter. But even if it doesn't matter that too much, the fact that they're willing to try something on the opposite spectrum also shows something about the personality too. I don't know. Well, I don't know what I'm not getting here. But yes, the way yeah, that will appear to be the case. For sure. What does it imply when they wear X, right? Yeah, what does it imply indeed? So that goes back to the point I was talking about, how I have like not a lot of idea of like how clothing really shows too much. I need to take some design courses and see how they make that choice. Like, are designers thinking of like the number of frills, for example, or the size of the frills? Or are they just thinking about the presence of frills? Like, how much am I supposed to read into this, like here? Like, does the material of this hood that Rossi is wearing matter? Does it, or does just the shape and the color matter? And then maybe it's too arbitrary. Everyone will see things differently based on the clothing. But if you're just looking at only the character, then you're going to the source of truth. Clothing is like an interpretation, whereas actions are more direct. But clothing is the result of an action, though, of an active choice, too. I don't know. I just have like a vendetta against clothing design, apparently. I just hate clothes. Everybody take off your clothes. Oh my god. Why are characters wearing clothes anyways? Everyone should be even. No one should be allowed to wear clothes. Character personality must be shown through actions only. That's work. Anyways, interesting discussion, 100%. Completely blind to this bias of myself, I think. Right, yeah. Sorry, I meant that as in like an overall thing, like in the sense that everyone has no clothes. Once like everyone who has the same thing or not wear at all, then it's less of a. Then it removes this like factor completely. Is what I'm thinking of. Um. Oh, am I outing myself? I do kind of wear the exact same clothes every single day, by the way. Just so you know, I don't smell because I don't sweat a lot. Because I'm always feeling cold because I don't exercise a lot. But anyways, there's a whole different can of worms there. But yeah, I zero idea about fashion. I don't think about what I wear. Because I don't think it matters. Well, I do think it matters. I just don't think it matters right now for me. And as a result, that I don't have a lot of experience in doing so. And therefore, that is reflected in the way I perceive everything else. So by that metric, I imagine all of you guys are all very, fashionable. Thinking about clothing. Maybe having an actual wardrobe instead of like the same pajamas. Long sleeves and long pants. Or just pants. Yeah, maybe no more vocabulary. Wait, why did she drop the thing? I only just realized she dropped the sparkler. And it looks like she's looking at the top of his head. Looks like it's coming this way. Huh. Oh, well. Yeah, it's so hard to imagine like a representative set of clothes for Rhea. But I think that's because I just don't really want to tie her down to anything in particular either. Profession, huh? Rhea's profession is that she exists. Which also makes sense. You can reflect that in the fact that she doesn't have to dress in any particular way, right? So maybe the fact that she doesn't have a set is the correct way to do it. Have her change every time I draw. Oh, did I tag my life to these? I don't think I tagged my life to these. Nothing here. Sad. No fun to be had. We can do like a random artist showcase every day just by pressing the randomize button. Oh, the more recent furry ones got ingested into the system. The AI stuff from the past. Good old Sakura Rabbit. Yeah. I guess. I'm not sure. Yeah, all these things that seem to make sense, but because they're not necessarily an active decision that I've made, then it feels like, oh, okay, I guess. guess I'll hop up here for today. Today's what? Wednesday? Right. Yeah, I'm gonna get my own shit done tomorrow. I need to do some cleaning tomorrow. We do our study tomorrow. I finish this Rossi study. I just want to see what the balance of colors and shapes and all that. Then I'm gonna try and apply it to our own thing. And then we do something else. Perhaps. But yes, anyways, thank you guys for the discussion. And also for, well, just for everything, really. Chatting and staying here. How long? We're almost at 5 hours tomorrow. It's like a Friday stream. But I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good night. I just saw that we have like a Twitch message. It's kind of late. Muki Io. Or is it Maklayo? I can't tell if there's an I or L. But hello and goodbye. See you guys tomorrow. Good night.